Most welcome for our third and final day of our conference, Engineering Destruction. The title of the session is The Political Economy of War. We'll have Dr. Phyllis Blake as facilitator for the session. She is Associate Professor at the English section at California University at Santa Barbara. She published her works around racism and culture and resistance across different platforms such as Al Jazeera and others, and she has different other works, and she is also author of Black Love, Black Hate book.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Felice, for chairing the session, and thank you to the organising committee at Burzet for putting this incredible 3-day conference together. I'm really sorry that I couldn't be with you today in Palestine, and I'm also sorry to be joining you while Israel commits genocide in the Gaza Strip and is violently annexing the rest of historic Palestine. So I'm sending solidarity to you all. For my contribution here today, I want to offer a political economy framework, as is the theme of the panel, to analyse Western so-called day-after plans for Gaza. Now, since the early months of 2024, we've seen a mushrooming of these plans for the day after Israel's bombardment and genocide in the Gaza Strip ends. There are literally dozens of plans now. Some of them include the US BOT plan and those from Western think tanks, such as the Ginsa-Vandenberg Coalition Plan, one from the RAND Corporation, another one from the Portland Trust, and many, many more. I'm going to leave out Palestinian and Arab plans for now, but the framework I'm going to propose here today could potentially be used to analyse them too. So the framework I'm proposing is that of disaster capitalism. And my argument is that in all of these Western plans, we see the seeds of disaster capitalism. Noor Arafat and I wrote a piece on this, which was published last week by the Carnegie Middle East Centre. But in my paper for this conference, I offer more analysis of the concept of disaster capitalism and previous examples, including Iraq after the US-UK invasion in 2003. So in the short time I have here today, I'm going to do three things. First, I'm going to explain what disaster capitalism is and outline 5 key aspects. Second, I will discuss how I see the seeds of disaster capitalism in the day after plans for Gaza. And third, I'll finish up with some suggestions for how to counteract disaster capitalism using tools that we already have. So many of you may be familiar with the concept of disaster capitalism, but some of you may not. It was first coined by Naomi Klein in her book, The Shock Doctrine, in 2007, and it captures how a disaster can be caused by war, revolution, or ecological catastrophe, creates an environment for governments to dispossess and disempower communities. It also provides opportunities for big businesses to profit from funds for reconstruction and to access previously unavailable resources such as land and collectively or state-owned sectors of the economy. Geographer David Harvey's term accumulation by dispossession captures this process. Now, under the cover of chaos and often portraying themselves as bringing stability, political and business elites are then able to impose controversial and questionable policies while citizens are too distracted, both emotionally and physically, to develop a response and resist effectively. Now, disaster capitalism has become a popular framing for analysing the political economy of disasters and post-conflict reconstruction. Examples include Argentina under the Pinochet regime, New Orleans after the 2005 Hurricane Katrina, of course Iraq after the US-UK invasion, and Sri Lanka after the 2004 tsunami. Now, it's too early to analyse disaster capitalism in Gaza because disaster capitalism is only visible during or after it is being implemented. So what I am arguing is that the day after plans from Western governments and Western think tanks contain the seeds of disaster capitalism. Quite simply, this is because all of these plans are based on denying Palestinian local institutions control over the reconstruction process, particularly over the funds and deciding on community priorities. Now, taking away control from local populations, whether that be through creating an international administration or a technocratic government handpicked by donors, paves the way for disaster capitalism. Because political control without democratic oversight allows elites to capture and exploit funds for reconstruction and provides the opportunity to grab land, natural resources, and privatise critical infrastructure. Now, disaster capitalism can be promoted by political and business elites at local level, regional level, and international levels. In Sri Lanka after the tsunami, for instance, it was the government that cleared people from the coast to make way for tourist hotels, and them that brought in neoliberal changes to the economy, not external donors and international financial institutions. This was also the case for post-war Lebanon. But the most infamous case of disaster capitalism was Iraq after 2003, and Klein and others have analysed this at length. Now, from these examples and many more, I've come up with 5 key aspects of disaster capitalism. The first aspect is the use of intensive levels of violence. These include shock and awe military tactics of bombardment, sometimes coupled with regime change wars or state counterinsurgency measures. Also military curfews, killings, arrests, detentions, and torture. These tactics continue into and are often a crucial aspect of the so-called post-conflict phase. Now, I know it's not a conflict that Palestinians are experiencing with Israel. This is a national liberation struggle, which is why I have called Western donor aid interventions since the Oslo Accords as a form of aid as counterinsurgency. Now, the second aspect of disaster capitalism is that a regime change war, which is just purely a polite term for overthrowing a government, is usually followed by an international transitional administration, which infringes the principle of self-determination and sovereignty. In the absence of a wholesale and very visible international takeover of the state, there is normally a huge influx of international advisors to these governments, particularly in key departments such as finance and planning. Development researchers such as Graham Harrison and Mark Duffield refer to this phenomenon as governance states, in that from the outside it looks like the state remains sovereign, but from the inside it's controlled by Western advisors. This usually requires co-opting some local political elites or returnee diaspora. The goal, though, is to remove power and control from local populations, because this is essential to facilitate access to reconstruction funds and to institute processes of dispossession. Now, the third part of this typology is immediate and medium-term war profiteering. International organisations and businesses can capture and misuse reconstruction money, often implementing plans with little relevance to the local political economy and implanting inappropriate models from other contexts. And of course, we see businesses and institutions that are profiting from war and genocide as it is ongoing, such as those outlined in Francesca Albanese's most recent Special Rapporteur report. Now, the fourth aspect of disaster capitalism is that businesses which capture the contracts for reconstruction are usually connected with political elites in charge of dispersing the reconstruction funds. Think about US Vice President Dick Cheney being on the board of Halliburton when Halliburton was making millions in Iraq. And this is not just carried out by internationals, but sometimes by domestic actors too. Think about Lebanon with Rafik Hariri and the company Solidaire. But the main defining feature is that local organisations and local businesses that are rooted in the community are bypassed. Now, the fifth aspect of disaster capitalism is that it opens the door to longer-term processes of forcing areas to open up to international capital, which had previously been closed to it. This provides opportunities for accumulation by dispossession. As well as the use of direct violence and repression, international loans for reconstruction with conditions attached are also often used to provoke dispossession, particularly in terms of accessing public goods and state-run services. And I think everyone here can now see why I'm arguing that Gaza specifically, but Palestine more generally, is ripe for disaster capitalism, and how it has already experienced some aspects of it for decades after each round of Israel's destruction and devastation. In fact, I first suggested this framework in 2009 to analyse the period after the Second Intifada of the roadmap and Fayyadism. Now, if we look at all the Western plans for the day after for Gaza, they all have several aspects in common. The first is the destruction of Hamas and no role for Fatah or the Palestinian Authority in the day after governance. So this is not only de-Hamasization, but also de-Palestinianization. The second aspect is security first for Israel, not rights for Palestinians. Israel will have the right to intervene militarily whenever it wants. And this is the same as every single plan since Oslo. The third aspect of these plans is a governance strategy that denies Palestinians control over their future, either through an international administration staffed and guided by Israel states predominantly under American control, or through Palestinian elites who've been handpicked and vetted by Israel and the United States. The fourth aspect proposed in many of these plans is a process that they call de-radicalisation, which includes vetting all schools, media, universities and mosques, which will require even greater intensive surveillance and interference in Palestinian social life. The fifth aspect we see in these plans is an economic strategy that ties Gaza further into control by Israel. This takes various formats in the plans, but some noticeable ones are the idea of selling off Gaza like a piece of real estate, such as proposed by the US BOT plan, or plugging Gaza into an extension of the Abraham Accords and the US IMEC strategy, such as proposed by the Israeli Prime Minister's plans. Now, none of these plans recommend that economic strategies should be determined and controlled by locally embedded Palestinian institutions. Now, Palestinian institutions need to be in the driving seat of these plans, and I'm insisting on locally embedded Palestinian institutions, not just a couple of handpicked local business or political elites. Because if you do that, then there is no guarantee that the local community can control what's going on. So if donor aid and reconstruction is undertaken without Palestinian control and without Palestinian sovereignty, this will be another round of what donors refer to as peace building, but it will be peace building as counterinsurgency and pacification. And I and many others, Palestinian authors, have pointed this out for decades. Now, in addition to understanding what disaster capitalism could mean, in the context of Israel's settler colonial rule over Palestinians, it will have several unique features. The first is that Israel will still have ultimate power over what happens to Palestinians, and these plans all lock this in. The second feature is that settler colonial regimes have an imperative towards ethnic cleansing and mass killing. We're currently witnessing most violently in Gaza, but also across the West Bank too. In other instances of disaster capitalism, there's no imperative to kill or expel local populations other than to force access to their land and resources. So Israel's goal of replacing the Palestinian Arab population with a Jewish Israeli one ensures that the practice of disaster capitalism will be especially violent and destructive for the local population in Gaza specifically, but across historic Palestine more generally. This is the most dangerous time for Palestinians since the 1948 Nakba. Now, for the last minute, I just want to give a couple of pointers on how Palestinians and their allies can prevent disaster capitalism. Firstly, by insisting on local ownership and control over the rebuilding of their society and the reconstruction funds. This demand can be rooted in international law and international best practice guidelines for development and reconstruction, such as the Paris Declaration on Aid and the UN's Triple Nexus approach. This is the very bare minimum that should be demanded. The Palestinians and their allies have already provided the groundwork for thinking ahead. We have the knowledge and the frameworks already there. Now, the issue, of course, is the ability to implement them. But it is important to have that practical perspective and framework. And of course, for all this to be truly effective, Israel's settler colonial and apartheid regime must be transformed into one of equality and the mutual use of geographic space and its resources from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. My paper is a call for Palestinians to beware the seeds of disaster capitalism and prepare for what could come next, which is difficult during a genocide. Thank you for listening to me. I look forward to any questions.
Can I share the screen, he's asking? تمام. Good evening. Thank you for having me with you. Special regards for all popular resistance forms in Palestine. Today, I have presentation titled War as Investment, Militarization, and War Economy in Democratic Congo. This paper does not consider war just as a chaos or a conflict, but we try to analyze it as a political structure and a long-term investment where they use chaos in order to control resources. In spite of the richness of Congo with resources, yet it fell into local conflicts and conflicting international interests. This slide is to understand this framework where we shed light on the power relations, like as David Harvey says, which speaks about the accumulation through through disposition, and David, who speaks about militarization as a tool for weakness, and in law with gender reading for militarization and war as a mechanism to reproduce power relations. The Congo is one of the richest countries of the world. They have minerals and agricultural land. Yet, these resources became, instead of wealth, turned to be a motor or mobilizer for war. And it does not use the resources for development, but for the militias. Congo has the largest reserves after, yet this environment is being used or abused for warmongers while the local markets are in poverty. In agriculture, more than 8 million acres of agricultural land is there, only 10% of which is used. This is not for lack of resources, but for the threatening the farmers and the disposition of their land by the different businesses. And so Congo is being re-engineered into a war economy. When I move this to this reality, we'll see the paradox of wealth and poverty in the DRC. More than 70 people of the citizens are below poverty line. The mortality rate for children below 5 years is 65 for each 1,000. The graph to the left shows these structural gaps in the services that are not provided, such as in cobalt and other minerals that are distributed. These differences come along with other local interests or conflicting interests and ethnic conflicts in order to sustain the conflict. This country, DRC, is surrounded by 9 countries. Each of them is immersed in its own internal wars and conflicts. Some of the ethnic groups extend across the borders and can have problems extended. The geographic problems intersect with other economic interests across the borders, such as the M23 movement. This is one of the militias. Also, there is a militia called FTLR that was involved in Rwandan war. These armed groups, they run resources in parallel systems or governance, and so this geostrategic place turned into an open battlefield. To the left, the Belgian king, Leon II, in Berlin Conference in 1984. He spoke about ending slavery and other things, but they had left more than 10 million victims. So instead of speaking about combating slavery, now they are speaking about combating terrorism. To the right, the first post-independence prime minister who's supported by the West and ruled the country for 3 decades before he was set off by groups supported by Uganda and Rwanda. And between 1989 to 2003, to the left, these are the 9 countries that joined the war, where millions, it was called the International Ethnic War. And to the right are the milestones of conflict in DRC. Throughout these rounds of conflict, the women and others were the victims. Also, the Prime Minister mentioned the role of international community in the history of the conflict in his country. The M23 group escalated its attacks in eastern Congo and received direct support from other countries. In March the same year, the movement declared principles of peace in Doha before 2 months of Washington Agreement and Congo. This agreement was in return for an international action in the area of minerals, where in order to sign a complete agreement to include American investments and rights over the lithium and other minerals. So they are this way producing the war economy while there are more than 7 refugees. War in DRC is not like any other war because it seeks to re-establish the control by other countries such as Rwanda, which is the most influential one, because they say they are chasing other groups into the DRC, such as the M23. And more than 90% of gold in Congo, they are trying to control that. Also, Kigali is promoting itself under slogans such as Visit Rwanda and others, and at the same time seeding chaos in East Congo. An undeclared army with support from M23. Uganda has turned from an ally for Rwanda into a security partner for Congo, which has increased tension in the country. Also, we have Burundi that military contributed or intervened in East Congo, and it was accused of violations against the civilians. And so the country became a proxy battlefield. There are new actors also in Congo, such as UAE and South Africa, in investing in gold. But many reports indicated and questioned the mechanisms used by UAE and South Africa in exporting the so-called clean gold that is without intervention in the war. This has made the country as a cornerstone in the international network for smuggling gold. South Africa has militarily contributed in the Congo and lost 12 soldiers of its own soldiers while they were in conflict or faced in a showdown with the M23 militia. Investment in Congo turned from being an opportunity for development into a war as an opportunity. The multinational corporations, they are not suffice with the resources, but they are restructuring the governments, regional governments there, and established companies that became such as CMOC and Glencore, which became allies with the militias. So other companies and businesses, as they provide support to local militias such as FMI 23, in return for these militias securing the minerals for these companies. Israel was not visible on the surface, but came with its security and economic tool. This through different tracks. There are Israeli security companies such as Global CST and Meir Security who provide security for these companies there. Although Israel continues denying that, the Congo king received great support and even Israel was criticized at the UN for its intervention at the DRC, which is an indication to the depth of Israeli intervention at the expense of the sovereignty of the nations. So there is an international competition for the resources there. And in order to move the cobalt from Congo, be it for Washington or Beijing, as conflict. To the right, China is expanding its Silk Road. So this conflict is increasing the environmental catastrophes. Although because of these companies, there are some resistance movements that decided solve needs and demands against the international passive positions on the war there, and such as the Congo Women Alliance and others, and who contributed international campaigns to expose these multinational companies. This hashtag, that no blood in your battery, to indicate to the blood they lose when these companies are taking the cobalt for their batteries. This paper says the war in DRC is not just an ad hoc or a temporary crisis, but there are international regimes, countries, and companies coming together to regenerate violence. Colonialism this time is in taking resources and not done with the tanks. To the top, the USA and China. Beside that, Rwanda, South Africa, Angola, and others. And below are the multinational companies and non-state armed actors. So here, this is not a non-regulated system, war system. Now, the future way, either it will remain as vulnerable by its resources, and its resources will keep bleeding, or another international intervention to internationalize this. The question is, when will the conflict finish or not, but who is benefiting from the conflict? In order to break this vicious circle, there is a need for the country to recontrol its resources and connect and work on justice. Only through these mechanisms they can have a real liberation in Africa. This paper has contributed to analyzing this conflict as not being a secluded local conflict, but an international one that reproduces the conflict. At the end, thank you for all the organizers. Glory for the resistance of the Palestinian people and for the world nations. And now I have a poetry for titled Olobamba, the deceiters or deceivers will never win. They will not, those who deceive their nation will never be heroes. Those who threw down their flag will never be heroes. Those who block the way of their freedom will never be heroes, even if they kiss the feet of their murderers. Even if you become a prisoner, you, the hate will continue. Look in the eyes of your people, look in your own eyes. Thank you.
Thank you. We shall continue on along. Our next presenter is an international scholar of Middle Eastern languages, as well with research activities with security in context. Mishkan Kakahel.
Can you slow down a little bit, please?
Thank you so much. We're really starting to see this consistent theme across all the papers around the various competitions around ways of making profit from warfare. So thank you so much for that. We continue on. I don't see Alejandro Quijano here just yet. So Dania Zorba, can we turn to... Ah, okay. Fantastic. So we will continue then with Alejandro Mantilla Quijano, head of the Interinstitutional Relations Office at the National Pedagogical University in Colombia and a professor of political science. Thank you. Thank you to you. That was fantastic and very, very well understood. Our final panelist, Danya Zorba. Uh, sorry. Um, when we finish with this last paper, we'll give the panelists an opportunity to respond to each other and to make any comments about each other's work, and then we'll open up for a broader Q&A. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dania. I will speak about my research, which is the colonial policies towards the Palestinian community in 1948 territories. My research was based on the idea of the increase of crime in 1948 territories among the Arab Palestinians. Many researchers indicate that crime there is no longer a criminal thing, but a tool to dismantle the society within the controlled violence. Because the Israeli settlement project is not suffice with controlling the land, but wants to control the Palestinian social fabric. This study has the assumption that the spread of crime and proliferation of arms is not a phenomenon that cannot be controlled, but rather a result of systematic policy to weaken the Palestinians within the Green Line and to prevent them establishing themselves as a united social force. The Israeli settlement entity is pushing through this strategy to dismantle the collective unity of the Palestinians by spreading violence and fear and internal disputes, which can justify later on oppressive interventions under the pretext of combating crime. This study tries to answer certain questions. Is there an institutional complicity and spreading arms among the Arabs, and how the Israeli policy contributes to spreading chaos? What is the role of the state institutions, especially the army and the police, in creating a crime-conducive environment, and how these policies intersect with the larger Israeli colonial policies within the Green Line? According to criminal reports and investigations, a large amounts of the crimes within the 1948 territories are coming from the Israeli army warehouses or smuggled across the borders with the consent of security sources. And the black market of arms is more active in the Arab areas more than others. And sometimes the arms are traded publicly without intervention by the police, which gives more support to the idea that there is a complicity. And also the arms are brought from the Israeli army warehouses. Hundreds of pieces of firearms are stolen from the Israeli army, and hundreds of other pieces of arms across the borders or created manually. As the researcher Ashraf Bambi spoke about this area, he says that the colonial state might not directly act, but rather it managed this through leaving complete groups in unsafe spaces. In the case of Arabs, they do not enjoy the right to protection, but rather they face arms and violence every day. Instead of dealing with this crisis, the Israeli official discourse presents this as an internal violence culture or an internal failure among the Arabs, turning the victims into suspects and thus acquitting the state of its structural problems. The security chaos cannot be separated from the colonial structure. Firearms is not just a piece of metal, but rather a strategic tool used by the state to control and weaken the targeted society from within. Since the establishment of State of Israel in 1948, the Palestinians faced an exceptional security environment through the military rule, which continued until 1966. This regime has enabled the state to have a tough control over the lives of Palestinians in all walks of life: freedom of movement, education, housing, health, everything. This system was not a temporary security one, but rather part of a settlement colonial project to shrink and reduce the Palestinian presence and their social and political action. In spite of lifting the military rule, the tools were simply distributed, but things has not changed. And the states, especially the police and the intelligence, Shabak, continued surveillance of the Arabs. Arabs are not considered as full rights citizens, but rather as a dangerous content that has to be monitored. Among this security racial regime is a clear discrimination in dealing with the Arab and Jewish communities. The Jewish communities enjoy comprehensive policing, while the Arab ones are not. According to Adala Institute, the distribution of police centers do not reflect the ratio of Arab communities. In line with these racial policies, the Arab communities witnessed unprecedented increase in violence. In 2024, the Mu'ta Center registered 590 criminal acts within the Arab communities, between firearm shooting, stabbing, overrunning by cars, mostly with illegal firearms, which pushed these Palestinians into a clear geographic exclusion. Mostly these are disconnected from Jewish communities with physical and social barriers. And also they suffer shortage of services, a matter that facilitates committing crimes among the Arab residents, with the number of the murders in Galilee and Haifa around 61 crimes last year. This violence was not met with strong security response. That was ignored, a matter that opens the floor for the question: has these firearms been spread deliberately? These firearms constitute a complex phenomena because the Israeli law prohibits the Palestinians from officially holding arms, while allows the Jews to have that, a matter that establishes a security gap, thus creating a black market for firearms where local and regional networks provide ammunition and firearms, where the Palestinians rely on this market to defend themselves. But at the same time, this feuds the organized crime and gangs and local feuds and problems and revenge problems. This security situation highly affects the daily life of the Palestinians, where the fear increases and conflict increases, and a matter that restricts and hinders having a national unified project. In 2021, the Euro-Mediterranean Center expressed concern about the possible complicity of Israeli official aspects or institutions in this violence, because the police are turning a blind eye to this violence. It's called for opening an independent investigation under the UN. This is simply part of the systematic colonial regime. Violence is a strategic tool to dismantle the Palestinian society that requires us to have an approach that takes into consideration the colonial context and its effects. Also based on a study that I read for Asrar Kayal in 1948. Asrar, she tried to show us through a case study on Al-Fahim, which is a Palestinian city, where they opened a police station in 2004. Following its connections with the Palestinian Intifada in 2000. After opening, the police station has increased to 32 victims between 2011 and 19. Later on, the residents demonstrated demanding the closure of the police station, and they succeeded. After these demonstrations, the crime rate declined and dropped down. This indicates how the police stations and the security services in these territories contribute to increasing violence. And thank you. Hopefully, I explained the idea of my research. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that really important intervention that, again, brings us back onto the ground and thinking also about everyday social relations under these contexts. A really phenomenal set of papers that move us through thinking at the level of disaster capitalism to questions of global reorganizations, all the way again down to questions of interpersonal violence in colonial context. So I really would just like to allow the panelists to respond to each other with any questions or observations, and then we'll open up for Q&A from the audience.
I'm happy to make a comment. Thank you for everybody's papers. I saw a lot of commonalities, like Felice did, especially with Mustafa and Mitzgan's paper with mine on the kind of political economy of war and how that plays out, and the role of the revolving door, and the role of the state as well. So I really enjoyed these papers, and I was really intrigued by Alejandro's, and I wanted to ask and engage with your comments in particular, Alejandro, because they really got me thinking about how do we understand the state and the state's role. I found myself dropping back into using the concept of the establishment while trying to understand the relationship between political and economic elites in different social contexts and different social formations. And I know it's not precise and there's a lot of problems with it, but I've found that looking at the interconnections is very important. The problem that I have with the issue of whether the state changes or whether there's state changes in the current context that's pushed towards a more economy of dispossession is that if we look at this historically, we've had states in power in the West in the 1950s and 1960s, which were welfare states, which were very imperialist. So how do we understand that role as well? I mean, it's very difficult sometimes to see how so it's important to, like, when we think about the state and social formations, it's like you can read off class conflict into how the state acts domestically, but not necessarily internationally. And I think that that's the problem, because elections are very, very rarely won or lost on the basis of foreign policy, unless that country is at war, casualties. So I wondered how, and I'm just thinking out loud with you because I'm really intrigued by what you're suggesting, is how can we think about that relationship in terms of understanding this economy of dispossession. And I really like Daniel's paper because one of the things that I used to tell my students when I taught political economy of conflict and peace was that there is a continuum between crime and conflict, and often there's overlaps. And we definitely see that in the context of historic Palestine. We've seen it in the context of what's happening in Gaza at the moment with Israel promoting criminal gangs. So this kind of division that the liberal academia tends to make between crime and warfare is not borne out through the evidence. So thank you everybody for amazing papers. I really learned a lot from them. Thank you.
I think, Nandi, it's a very clever intervention because the post-war states, especially in Europe, actually built a welfare state, but with a very hard industrial and military complex that has, as you said, imperialist pretensions in the whole world. And the welfare state was built on an global economy of unequal exchange. That's the main, that's the cornerstone of the theory of dependence in Latin America. I mean, the welfare of the working classes in Europe are supported by the unequal exchange that um, has some troubles for our countries. And that's very important because, as you, in a very clever way, said, um, that was the possibility of the construction of the welfare state. I mean, I agree with you. But I think that right now we are in a process that we have militarization, imperialism, a growing of militarization across the globe, but without the welfare state. So that's very interesting in the changes of the state, because the emphasis are very, or the stress of the state are changing in a very rapid way. And I think that we have to think about, as most of us told us, how the burden of the corporations sometimes replace the states, and how we have supra state powers that are very important across the globe, that push the states and demands a new design of the states. So I agree with you with the very clever intervention, but I think that we have the welfare state without welfare state, and that's the difference that the post-war states. But I think that is a very interesting discussion that we could work in a very long time, because I think is the core of the problem right now. Sorry, but I think I agree with you.
Please, Mustafa.
Thank you, Felisa and Mandy, for your interventions, and Alejandro. In fact, Alejandro has reminded me of something that I was discussing, especially as related to critical security studies, which is the concept of the state. And speaking about it, yes, has reminded me of that. And looking what's happening in the world or the South makes us think more, what do we mean by state? Where it started, like the modern state, and the attempt to impose it on the South. And after that, some of these roles are given up in some states, while it is applied to the South. And this leads to several models of failure, such as in Somalia. And we see this happening elsewhere in many countries. Every intervention to impose a state model fails. In my view, we need to think differently about the concept of the state and how and its suitability. That it is not a model one size that fits all. Thank you again for organizing this conference that brought this diversity of papers, because our pain is almost the same across the South in the world.
So while we wait for people to formulate their questions, I wonder if I might just ask, again for everyone. I'm just interested in thinking about this question of what does happen in the local space. So as we start to think about what people on the ground do, how one imagines possibilities for self-determination or for some new sense of collectivity. Mustafa, you mentioned the no blood in your battery, the hashtag, but also the Congo Women Alliance, which makes me think about other formations that allow for us to address questions of care in the context of the kind of calculated cruelty that emerges from these new kind of alliances and fights over resources. But I wonder if from your research, anyone really on the panel might also speak to how people then are mobilizing or imagining collectivity in the kind of local context against these broad and vast and competing efforts at producing new forms of control. Please, Mandy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sometimes, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but academics have a tendency to go to the theories first without actually going to what's happening on the ground, right? So I had the privilege of speaking to some Sudanese activists and scholars recently. And what you don't see in the media, in academic research, is that there's mutual aid organisations and solidarity committees at the grassroots in Sudan. This is also happening in Gaza. I've talked frequently to mutual aid organisations in Gaza. This happens everywhere. This happens in any society. Any society will create its neighbourhood solidarity organisations. I grew up in a mining village in Scotland, and I was a teenager during the miners' strike, and we had soup kitchens and we helped each other. That's what communities do. Unfortunately, what often happens is that they're ignored, right? Because they don't suit narratives that come out of the state or out of elites. So we forget about these grassroots organisations, and it's usually either activists or anthropologists that remind us of them. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is that when it comes to Palestine, there's a huge amount of fantastic Palestinian lawyers, scholars, activists who have all intervened in discussions about what needs to happen in order for the carnage to end and for this continual cycle of Israel using intense levels of violence to suppress Palestinian rights. So there is frameworks out there and people have been developing them. The problem is, of course, is that the global power structures aren't allowing these to come forward. So what we see in the Palestinian case, for example, is the importance of the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement, which is absolutely crucial. We now know that the only way that we're going to get Israel to stop its genocide is through divestment campaigns, boycott campaigns at civil society level, and also holding our own elites accountable across Western countries specifically, but across all countries. We need to be calling for sanctions against Israel. It's a grassroots organisation that I think is now the only way forward, given that we've seen 2 years of genocide and no further way forward in stopping Israel's violence.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Please, Mustafa, please.
Your question and commenting about Sudan, what Mandy mentioned, The social solidarity network in Sudan, it's good to speak about it. The crisis there is a forgotten one. Across 2 years, the state collapsed completely in Sudan, and there are community networks run by the people. This included community kitchens and community shelters, and even solutions to generate power, also delivering medicine and delivering fresh water by these networks. These networks, these were targeted by both sides. And so any networking on the ground this again sends us back to the idea of state and the definition of the state. And I agree with your question. First, networking on the ground and building awareness. This is an important point, even as academic, if we can keep it among us. Thank you.
Well, I think that Aníbal Quijano was a very important Peruvian intellectual, and he said once, we have to be within the state, outside the state, and against the state. And I think that is a very interesting formula. Within the state, outside the state, and against the state. Because, within the state is very important in solidarity movements because we could mobilize resources and mobilize some resources that the grassroots movement sometimes doesn't have, and that's very important. But the most important effort always has come by the civil society and the popular movements. That's the most important effort that we have to defend. Let's think about our government. We have a leftist government right now in Colombia. Gustavo Petro and has been very supportive with the Palestinian people. But I have to say it has been more of a statement than a reality. I mean, today, right now, Colombia still continues to sell coal to Israel. Petro said in a lot of times, we have to break relations with Israel. We have to stop sell coal to Israel. But right now, Colombia still exports coal to Israel. So awesome. The statements are very important. The statements are awesome. And I know that Palestinian people really want that kind of statements. But the statements are not important if the real policy continues in the same way. So for that reason, I think that it's very important, the government statements, but the most important effort always come by the popular movements. So I agree with Musafa and with Mandy. We have to remain our boycott efforts. That's the most important way. So I think that we have to remain within the state, but the most important is outside the state and against the state. That's my way of seeing it, and thank you very much.
So we do have a question. I'm just going to read it. It says, this is a question for both Mandy and Alejandro. Would you please elaborate on your point of view concerning the crucialness of enabling the role of the displaced and dispossessed communities in post-war rebuilding of the widely devastated social and urban communities they used to live? So the role of the displaced and dispossessed in post-war rebuilding. of the areas where they used to live. It goes on, but maybe we can start with that part of the question.
I mean, I think it's a fantastic question, and unfortunately, I don't have an answer to that. I think that situations such as Palestine, and of course other situations, mostly of colonial and imperialist intervention and violence, has created vast amounts of people who have become refugees and diaspora. And of course, they have a very important role to play, and they should have a role to play in what happens to their homeland. However, I don't have an answer to how that could be possible. I mean, the PLO was always the vehicle, right, for representing all Palestinians wherever they lived. And the PLO at the moment, I'm not a specialist on Palestinian politics, and it's not my role to talk about the PLO, but the PLO at the moment it seems to have lost its way. And I know that there's some writers and researchers talking about how to rejuvenate the PLO as a vehicle for Palestinian democracy, which includes both Palestinians inside historic Palestine, but outside in the refugee camps and in the diaspora. And I would probably say that that's the real way to channel that question is, can there be a rejuvenated movement for Palestinians wherever they live in order that they can have a say in what happens?
Well, I don't have an answer for a very hard question, but I just wanna say that we want to help. We have no much resources to help. But I want to say something in the name of our university. And it's an official position of our university. This is an official statement. We are a university in Colombia that only work forming teachers. I mean, we only train teachers. Every major in our university is for form teachers. And for our university would be a very important, not only opportunity, but a great important task to maybe support the Palestinian people in in the rebuild of the academic communities that has been devastated with the project of Israel. I mean, for us could be very important to rebuild the capacities or the capabilities in the Nussbaum and Sen approaches to help to rebuild the academic communities, because we form teachers and we form teachers with an approach in human rights and peace. So I don't know how to answer your great question. We just only want to help. And if we could help to rebuild the academic communities with our teachers and our students, that would be very important for us. That is all that I can say in that specific matter.
I think there's some aspects here also, Mishkan, if you also wanted to weigh in, with lessons from the example of Afghanistan that you also provided. But meanwhile, we do have another question, this one specifically for Mustafa, asking if you could speak more on the role of Rwanda and Uganda in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So the ties that Rwanda and Uganda have to Western governments and corporations. And so there's a question about what their motivating factors are to intervene in the Congo.
Thank you for this question. This is an important question. Maybe both together. They are not willing to have a free model in Africa. or a project maybe in the southern world. And this is the thing that limits the ability of countries to intervene. Rwanda in particular is important. Unfortunately, this is a trap that many researchers that fail into this. And they find many researchers speaking greatly about the Rwandan example. Economically, yes, Rwanda has a great example you can speak about, but an experience. But in freedom and liberation, and violations, internal violations, and even Rwandan citizens abroad. There is an article called The Shake Hand of Death. The Israeli Rwandan intelligence officers, when they shake hands with other Rwandans abroad, they kill them. So they this blackmails them for the genocide that happened because of the genocide. If you follow the international assistance to Rwanda, this is the largest in Africa. There was a cooperation with Britain to receive the African refugees, an agreement with the USA to receive African refugees coming to the US. Rwanda is playing a proxy role for the West in this region. And its support for M23 is on the same basis. Also, Rwanda is a small country. And so these resources of Congo are used and exported as Rwandan resources. There are many details about Rwanda. Thank you.
We have time for more questions from the audience or from the panelists. People might be ready for that coffee break. Also, we can allow people to make any final comments or final remarks then before we close.
I mean, maybe we could just go around in the same order as we started. I'm happy to start, given that I was the first to speak. I think what has really become obvious to me or important for me to try and understand is how we understand the political economy of conflict and war, as well as how does that intersect with a genocide. And I'm not just talking about the genocide in Gaza, there's also genocide going on in Sudan. So how do we understand what's going on here? And we can see the complicity of large multinational corporations and not just Western elites, but also Gulf elites in these genocides. And I think we need to have the courage and conviction to start pointing fingers. And I think that's what's happened with Francesca Albanese's report. That is why the United States has put sanctions on her, because she started to point the finger at very, very powerful corporate interests. And that just is not allowed. So I think us as academics, as scholar activists, as intellectuals, we should be pointing the finger at these very powerful corporations who are also supported by different states, to show how they are embedded in this political economy of violence and of genocide. And we need a civil society or solidarity movements to do that and to support officials such as Francesca for speaking out, because she needs an army behind her, an army of activists to support what she's doing. And I think that applies in every context, whether it be Palestine or Sudan or somewhere in Latin America. It applies everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Mustafa, any final words or comments?
Thank you, Phyllis, for your nice running of the session, and thanks for the colleagues, and thanks for the organizing committee. These interventions allow us to look at the war not only as conflict or as a bloody thing, but rather it's considered as an investment opportunity on the long run to augment benefits and capital accumulation. I believe these papers are important for us to better understand this for the world. Thank you. I'm really glad that I joined. Thank you.
Thank you. Mishkan, we can continue with you. Any final comments or remarks? Okay, we continue then with you, Alejandro.
Thank you very much, Feliz. Well, we talk a lot about the global south, but sometimes in Latin America, we are some kind of isolated from the global south. And for that reason, I think that is very important to keep in this kind of academic solidarity and keep researching between us. Maybe let's think about how can we be supporting between us. And that is very important for us in Latin America, because for us it's quite important that the whole world, especially the global south, but not only, could also know what the situation that we live every day. So for that reason, we are very concerned about what's happening right now. I agree with Mandy in how we have to keep fingering the responsibles of the genocide, not only in the States, but also the corporations. That's very important. And it's very important to keep making academic solidarity between us. And for us in Latin America is quite important. So we are very grateful with this space, and we want to share our experience, but we want to keep this kind of solidarity between us. For us in Latin America is very important, and we are very, very grateful, and that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Danya, if you're still here, if you'd like to leave us with any final comments or remarks.
No, I don't have any, but I'm really glad that I participated in the session, and hopefully I provided something good for the Palestinian situation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone provided a lot to think about for certainly the situation in Palestine, but also, as we've been saying, in solidarity with people in struggle all over the world. Thank you all so much for allowing me to be with you for this really incredible conversation. And I hope we have an opportunity to continue talking again in the future. To everyone listening, please take a look at the Engineering Destruction website and information where you can find more details about each of the panelists. I didn't give as much introduction because there's information printed there, but everyone should please check out all of their work and hopefully we can keep the conversation going. Thank you so much, and thank you to you, Basil.
دكتور موجود صحيح. سمعت. لا لا واضح تمام. إن شاء الله ماشي بالانتظار. مين اللي ما سمع؟ أنا سمعت. أنا ما بعتقدش دكتور. هلا بالنسبة إلي سمعته من الإسباني. بده يحكي إسباني عربي هو. أنا باخذ من العربي تمام. هلا هو برضه نفس الشغلة. إذا في حدا حكى إنجليزي أنا بدي أحكي عربي بدي ياخذ هو من العربي. إذا هو بوصل الصوت من العربي معناته أموره تمام المفروض. دير بالك واحنا بنحكي ما هو بكونش سامعني هو. إلا إذا راح يسمع من العربي أو الإنجليزي حسب أنا أي قناة موجود. بالانتظار يا دكتور. مشكلة. So welcome everyone. This is welcome you to our final session on our third day of our conference, the Engineering Destruction Militarization and War Conference. The title of the session is on solidarity and resistance. Moderated by our colleague from Birzeit University, Mr. Ala. Thank you for accepting to facilitate this session. The floor is yours. Thank you, Dr. Bethel. We welcome everyone. The second session, the third day of the conference. The session is titled Solidarity and Resistance. And we will have three interventions or three speakers. The first one presented by Layth Hanbali and Dina Aish. I think Dina will present the paper. Dina can hear us. Sorry, Ala, but Fuad, your channel.
Dina, Dina, can you speak slowly a little bit? So because for the need for the translation. Yeah, and the other thing, I think like 5 minutes left. All right, all right, all right. Thank you so much, Dina. Uh, our next speaker will be Leila Hassan. Leila, can you hear me?
Yes.
Leila is a PhD candidate in sociology and political science in Pisa, and her doctorate or research examined the political socialization of Palestinian diaspora. She focused on the construction of memory and identity among post-Oslo generation in Palestinian post-Oslo generation. She has an MA in Middle Eastern Studies, and now she's finishing her PhD in sociology. So, Dina, أهلا وسهلا. Please, you can start your presentation.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me well?
And again, Leila, if you please, for the because of the needs to translate for the translators to if you can speak slowly, please.
Yeah, for sure. Also because my English is not that good, so for this reason it would be very slow. So, yeah, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I will share my screen now. Okay. Okay, no, it's not working. Okay, I can do without because it asked me to close Zoom. Anyway, my intervention is about the alliance between the Italian grassroots trade unions and the Palestine Solidarity Movement in Italy. It's a pleasure for me to be in this conference, even though we are enduring a time of genocide, time of mourning and suffering for all the Palestinian community, especially the one in Gaza. Today, I will discuss the emerging alliances that is reshaping the political organizing in Italy, the convergence between grassroots trade unions and the Palestinian Solidarity Movement, particularly throughout the work of Giovani Palestinesi d'Italia, which is the Palestinian youth movement in Italy. This convergence challenges not only economic injustice, but also racism, militarism, and global complicity in settled colonial violence. So, for who is not familiar with the Italian context, we are very famous for many things, not just for good food, but also for an important military industry. So over the past year and a half, this alliance has become increasingly visible and effective. Together, grassroots trade unions and Palestinian diaspora organization have organized strikes, blockades, and large-scale demonstration to oppose the war economy. They are not just protesting in solidarity, they are targeting the infrastructure of complicity, especially within Italian logistics sector. Here in my talk, I will explore a short historical background on Palestinian labor struggles, the emergence of grassroots trade union in Italy, and key joint mobilization between workers and the Palestine Solidarity Movement from 2023 and 2024, the political significance of this convergence, and finally, the implication for building transnational solidarity. So to understand today's alliance, we must first turn to 1936. Under British rule, Palestine witnessed one of the longest general strikes in anti-colonial history. 6 months of labor stoppage, boycotts, and civil disobedience. It was a reaction against British imperialism and Zionist immigration, led largely by workers and peasants. Later, during the 50s, workers started to organize into the General Federation of Trade Unions. And later, during the First Intifada, grassroots committees, including trade union bodies, played a key role in organizing the resistance. More recently, in May 2021, you will all remember the Unity Intifada, a general strike brought together for the first time Palestinians from the West Bank, Gaza, the 48 territories, and also the diaspora. These events show the strategic power of labor when embedded in national liberation struggles. Now, let's shift to Italy. Since the 70s, a network of grassroots trade unions like CCOBAS, USB, ADL COBAS, and others, these are like names of Italian grassroots trade unions, have emerged as an alternative to Italy's institutionalized union federation named CGL, CISL, and UIL. These grassroots trade unions reject institutional negotiation. They favor strikes, blockades, and direct action. Their core characteristics include to prefer conflict over consultation. They resist bureaucracy, compromise, and prioritize militancy. Anti-capitalistic and anti-imperialistic politics. Many openly oppose the global war economy, internationalism, and migrant worker leadership. In fact, migrants, often racialized, are at the center of organizing. In fact, about 90% of logistics union militants are migrants, mostly from the so-called Global South. So the question is, why logistics? Because logistics is a shared battlefield. Why is the logistics sector so crucial? Because it's a front line of both economic exploitation and geopolitical complicities. Warehouses, ports, and shipping lines are where military goods are moved, where supply chains intersect with arms manufacturing, and where exploitation is concentrated. If you think about how Italy is geographically is a country that is completely surrounded by the sea, and it makes Italy very important for the military industry and the relation for the Zionist state. It is precisely in these spaces that grassroots trade unions and the Palestinian groups have intervened together. So the Palestinian Youth Movement, it's a new political actor in the Italian political scenario. This is a youth-led second-generation Palestinian group that has been central in coordinating this mobilization. Their significance lies in three things. They are not just represented, they represent themselves. They broker coalition with unions, students, feminist group, and migrants group. They reframe the Palestinian cause as a part of a broader struggle against structural oppression in Italy. For decades, Palestine Solidarity in Italy was dominated by white-led NGOs. This movement, by contrast, centered lived experience and racialized identity in its activism. So I want to go through some of the key mobilization that were organized between 2024 and 2023. And this major action were organized together between the Palestine Solidarity Movement, the Palestinian Youth Movement, and the grassroots trade unions. In November 2023, the grassroots trade unions, CCOBAS, and the PYM Italy launched a general strike and national demonstration in the city of Bologna. And also the port of Salerno, close to Naples, in southern Italy, was blockaded to stop Israeli weapons shipment via the company ZIM. In February 2024, a general strike and a demonstration in Milan drew over 50,000 people in the city of Milan and was followed by a general strike that called for a ceasefire in Gaza and to end to Italian military export to the Zionist state. On March 8th, 2024, on the International Women's Day, protesters blockaded the Leonardo Arms Factory in a city called Novara, very close to Milan, highlighting the gender impact of war and militarism. In June 2024, in the famous city of Genova, where there is one of the biggest ports in Europe, this movement together organized a block for a day as part of an international campaign called Mask of Maersk, where the movement managed to block the port of Genova for an entire day. And this international effort was put together by PYM and PYM in the US, Canada, Britain, and the Palestine Solidarity Movement in Italy to expose global shipping companies and the role in weapon trafficking. And in November 2024, a national strike was called on the International Day of Solidarity with Palestine. The demands included an end to the occupation, subtle colonialism, demilitarization, and the right to return for all the Palestinian refugees. So this mobilization haven't come without consequences. In fact, union activists, especially migrants, face serious repression. For example, delays in residency and citizenship processes, police surveillance, criminalization of pickets and protests. In fact, last year there was a new bill in the Italian parliament where basically aimed to limit strikes and direct action. And also risk of deportation through detention centers. Despite this, unionists and Palestinian activists continue to build coalition that breach labor rights, anti-racism, and anti-imperialism. So this led to a new political space. What is emerging is not just a tactical collaboration between workers and the Palestinian diaspora in Italy, but is a new political space. This space allows racialized communities to speak, organize, and lead. For the first time, we are seeing Arabic language used on strike flyers and in mass rallies, Palestinian and Arab youth speaking publicly without fear, a symbolic and material opposition to the Italian war economy. As one union activist put it, this is not just solidarity, this is a shared struggle. So this alliance doesn't stop at Italy's borders. The Palestinian youth movement in Italy is connected with the Palestinian youth movement in the US, Britain, and Canada. And together they have coordinated international campaign like Mask of Maersk and issued joint calls for strike and port blockades. This points to a transnational labor internationalism rooted not just in slogan but in synchronized action against capital and war. This movement has expanded beyond Palestine. The February and November strike included also calls for a minimum wage in Italy, ending death on job, halting arms shipment to both the Zionist state and Ukraine, reversing austerity cuts to public health and education, and stopping the criminalization of protests. These demands reflect a converging analysis that the war economy and neoliberal austerity are part of the same system. So I'm concluding now saying that what we are witnessing in Italy is not just a series of protests. It's a trying to establish a political recomposition. The alliance between the Palestine Solidarity Movement, the Palestinian diaspora, and the grassroots trade unions mark a turn to a militant internationalism grounded in material condition and led by those most affected, migrants, racialized workers, and diasporic communities. It shows us that solidarity is not a symbolic act, it's a strategy of resistance, and invites us all to ask, how can we oppose war, genocide, not just in word, but in action? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Leila. Our last speaker is Tyler Miller, and she's a researcher and writer based in Arizona, United States. She has a PhD in geography from the University of Arizona, and now she's a lecturer and a researcher in London-based corruption tracker, and she's also editor for several media outlets. Can you hear us? Are you? Hi, Taylor. How are you? Hi. Yeah. We will all hear you, but again, like, the same comment about speaking slowly a little bit because we need that for the translation.
Yeah, yeah, we can see the
Yeah.
slides.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the wonderful presentations. And now we'll go for the Q&A session. Maybe case. It seems that there are not so much questions here, but I will kind of try to think together with you on the three papers here presented in this session, and maybe kind of try to link the three of them. I mean, like on one hand, we have Dina and Leith's paper kind of questioning the traditional framework of humanitarian intervention, and Leila's presentation on the labor movement and its relationship to solidarity and kind of connecting labor rights with the with the global politics and imperialism, and Taylor's paper on questioning the role of the university and knowledge, like, as a site of knowledge production, and its complicity with war and imperial wars and settler colonial projects. I mean, my question for the three of you, I mean, the current kind of new wave of fascism in today's world. How do you see, like, your I mean, your research work and the kind of solidarity with Gaza in relationship to re-emerging of fascism, not necessarily in relationship to Palestinians, but rather on the larger scale of re-emerging of fascist politics and kind of immoral realpolitik that's kind of governed the logic of today's world. So this is kind of a broader question, maybe for the three of you to kind of reflect upon, if you want to.
Dina, do you want to go first?
If you want to, I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to. I mean, just if if there are no more questions, I think we'll close the session
Yeah. I
on
can
this
just
note.
very briefly say something with to regard with what you were saying. Just yeah, I agree with the fact that it's clear that Italy is a central, like it's a very small country, but it is a central country to the um, yeah, in terms of complicity in the genocide, as you probably saw also surveys, like Italy is the third country in the world for export of weapons to the Zionist state. So, and you saw also how repression was spread all over Europe against like a direct action group that tried to tackle the Italian military complex, for example, Leonardo's factory in Britain, and Palestine Action that now is considered a terrorist organization. So I agree with the fact that it's not like a fascist, and Giorgia Meloni's government is not like a new thing. It has been like 30 years and even more of this kind of policies. And I have to say that the attempt of the workers, especially in challenging fascism and institutionalized racism, because the understanding of the Palestinian cause is beyond the borders of Palestine. It's the understanding of what it means today to fight against imperialism and settled colonialism, but also to what it means like to fight against racism, exploitation inside of the borders of Europe, like Italy, as you probably know, has one of the biggest. It's a symmetry, like the sea of Italy that surrounds Italy. It's a symmetry where hundreds of thousands of people try to reach the borders of Europe, and the policies are extremely repressive. And so I don't have a lot of like optimistic thoughts in this time, but for sure something in the last 30 years, especially after Oslo, changed in the way of how the youth are understanding Palestine and what it means for this new generation Palestine.
Thank you so much باسل بترك إلك هلا إذا بدك تنهي السيشن أو المؤتمر. If you please do that. Yeah, I need to get my glasses. Hmm. Basil, yeah.
Vale, perfecto, muy bien. Un abrazo muy grande desde Colombia. Vamos a tomarnos un par de minutos para hacer algunos ajustes. Ya se encuentra en la sala tanto Jessica como David. Entonces, mientras les damos el paso a ser panelistas, podemos tomarnos un par de minutos para luego ya arrancar con el panel. Entonces, vamos a darnos un par de minutos para arrancar en un ratito para así hacer los ajustes requeridos y arrancar. Nos vemos entonces en 2 minutos. Muchas gracias. Hola. Eh, em, Muy bien, un abrazo desde Colombia. Esta última parte ya. Esta última parte vamos a trabajar en español. Esta es una conferencia que se ha planteado en tres idiomas distintos, en inglés, en español y en árabe. Y en esta última parte vamos a conversar con tres ponencias desde Colombia, que como ya nos decía nuestro querido Basil, pues son ponencias en clave tanto de mirar posibilidades de resistencia, posibilidades de prácticas artísticas y también de una investigación sobre el militarismo en Colombia y en América Latina. En ese orden, le damos la
So there
bienvenida.
is a research around militarization in Colombia.
Le damos la bienvenida entonces a Jessica Cortés, a
First, we welcome Jessica Cortez. David. Hola. Have uh, a representative of the league. We're really glad with you participating with us along with Birzeit University with the political department. I'm really honored to be with you. Just to remind Jessica and Oscar, they have maximum 15 minutes. And if they could speak slowly in order to have proper interpretation. And to make their presentations and to have the discussions. So we'll start with the presentation from Jessica Cortez. How to preserve life. We are working on so awaiting for the relay interpretation from the Spanish to translate that into English. which are different. That is a lack of access to basic services. As you see, the list is long. This way, the resistance to this reality addresses the question around building and institutionalizing resistance actions through different factors in Latin America who study the colonial literatures, which comes through the study through the university to develop this type of studies through laboratories that create philosophical study for our reality. Our pedagogical reality allows us to create different methodologies to participate in the different learning spaces and to work on amending the education content. To start with, connecting the identity of the study position and connecting text with life by connecting the pedagogical spaces that arise from this and the arising experiences. So the classroom as a place. As it constitutes a collective memory that produces culture. After 100 years of creating it, we will have a living classroom and a historical like there is theft of land or the spaces of knowledge and power through which this creates a nucleus for knowledge. We need to search for that and reproduce it by contradicting with the epistemological authorities and engaging teachers and observers and supervisors so that the learning spaces will not be alien or foreign to the students. Changing these dynamics can be through different departments. Stealing the spaces, this way we will not be able to hear each other and we would think as if we feel as if we are living as aliens in this world and or not following the logic of the university that is different from that of the public. Or maybe we can change the public reality through pedagogy in the classroom. This way, we identify ourselves as a society that is subject and object. Recognizing this study, we notice that we are facing with this bureaucracy that hinders our work and affects us directly and indirectly, and we cannot get rid of that immediately. Through a study project there that allows us to know monitor the development of the classroom, where there is the disease and the antidote itself. So the classroom with its 4 walls for us is the reality imposed on us, and is designed through a dystopian idea that allows us so that we can look for ourselves, to find ourselves elsewhere, such as in libraries. And if we don't find them, and this also imposes different powers within the classroom or outside, and how they connect with each other. And we experience the different processes through which we can experience the suitable place for us where we can develop our ideas, which are not necessarily in the classroom, or their borders are not limited to the classroom. And through that, we do not share the authority, but rather the administration and governance for these spaces, the campus and the classroom, through which we can produce, through activity, that contradict with repetition and colonialism. From a philosophical point of view, we take 2 basic texts. First, the protocol, which imposes a question to reconstruct terminologies that allow for studying the basic points. On the other hand, we address the main points to discuss from a philosophical point of view. We have writers like Sartre that allow us to contradict or challenge the stereotypical ways in the pedagogical way, to create the struggle map. The writer speaks about the borders as spaces for resistance, and not limited by geography, but spaces for presence and for human presence. These are open ones, where the students and leaders ergo every day. Here we create physiological spaces between labor and education, where there is ongoing negotiations between what we expect and what we want. and to represent the mind, the body, and even the soul. Here we are asking about the texts that allowed the for building the organizations. From an objective point of view, we take the collective work for theoretical work, which we see as a philosophical institution. And have the question, in order to convey our political experiences. And here we come to the discussions that is related to the differences of our work in the classroom. Where there is a mix between the academic and the other aspects, wondering about life itself. Which makes us feel alienated in geographic spaces. So any classroom might come with a different school of thought. This way, we find that resistance has that should take the philosophy of resistance in the classroom spaces dictates thinking that we need to consider ourselves as the first, ourselves as act as subjects, not objects. Through in our from our own perspective and others' perspective, and not allow us to see ourselves in a different way. The program did not come in the center this way, but rather thank you for this intervention. Here we're speaking about the technical operations in Colombia and the forced removals or deportation in Colombia. I'm trying to share my screen. This study addresses my PhD dissertation at the university in Bogota. Through my work at the Faculty of Arts we are dealing with different technical, often artistic processes and the forced removals or deportation in Colombia. There are this forced displacement starts at the violence time in 1952. And the forced deportation escalated later on, especially against those who were fighting with those facing the revolutionary forces and the basic human rights across the Colombian territories. Where the forced deportation deals with the presence. This deportation is type of political violence that has to be corrected and to return the rights to citizens, their human rights. So we need to take this into consideration from a political point of view and wonder about the stealing of the identity there is an action that is needed through artistic applications to understand the militarization arising from this conflict and different technical initiatives. Also, the individual acts. This study not only studies the violent parts of this conflict, this shows the pains of the citizens in different places and not allowing them later on to return to their land. So we need to open discussion around forced deportation and the memories of violence to study them in this area through different applications that deal with the suffering and memory of the body. And more than reviving events from the past, deal with the feelings of and the residues that remained that allow for the processes of reviving memory through the explaining the different relations An example for these acts so several massacres took place in different parts of the country. Other acts, such as dealing with the places left after the forced deportation. And these are drawings and sketches of children. Also other places in the country. Also, there are series of events that are similar. Which represents the forced deportation and the deserted places that remind us of violence and contradict with the testimonies of those who lived these violent events. Through them, we can enter through the forced deportation of the body. By studying these maps and the maps that study the there is a theoretical representation. The body turns into a place for in the Colombian society, we can deal with the culture of this society as part of resisting the colonialism and regaining its identity. Look at the different hairstyles. This act is based on the forced deportation of the communities. We'll see some of it now. The first, Oscar Moreno, writes about 3 families that were forced to be deported. And this activity was part of dealing with their collective memory through acting, creating a photo album for their former residential places from which they were deported, and in order to study the public spaces that they used to inhabit and which this society will inhabit after they are deported. It is based on the memory of the families through different community applications. These different dresses that existed for farmers, and these are experiences inscribed on cloth, which comes from the need of those participating in this activity. Some of the practices were repeated by different women. As there are more than 40 women who told their experiences and collected memory through technical artwork on cloth. This narration starts by telling the suffering these families face. Through the colonialism time that was able to get rid of colonialism later on, followed by the oppression processes such as massacres and others. We see these stories told through art works told by women from these communities and turned into strategies to expose the violence and allow for creating a conflicting space and to heal and to speak. Following the Colombian forced deportation that results in telling stories that address the stories of psychological damage or harm done to individuals. This is the individual story or message. And also an expression to the world about the oppression they were subjected. Thank you. We end this collective intervention. This is a great effort. And here I'm speaking about the anti-meal league. The Colombian military industries, ideas around it. Thank you, Alejandro. Good evening, everyone. First, This allows for creating the space stresses this collective issue. It comes in this result is in the study is a result of the activities which speaks how to face in order to make change. This is a struggle since 2016 as a league against militarization. Our activities we started activities against different arms fairs. The first moments of the struggle in Palestine, of the struggle was to object to these exhibitions of arms where that allow Israel to exhibit its arms. And at time, they allowed for making some solidarity and to know joint struggle places. And let us understand that struggle against this was not just a struggle against the Israeli military industry, but one of the main expressions for the Colombian military industry. And so my message to you today to deal more with the economy of war and how the military industry in Colombia exists. And there was time when there was the illusion of change in our country. The military industry in Colombia is very old for many decades. And the study today mainly focus on the state industries, not the private industries that have a great strength, but in this study focuses on the state military industry. In 2004, since 1948 and the years after Al-Nakba, there were violence events in Colombia, which resulted in creating or making military industry in Colombia, which was leading, which was pioneer and promoting for the Colombian industry. Well, some years after that, 1956, which explained that the Colombian government doesn't want to create the military industry on the ground, but also in the air as well. And these factors are what allow for providing ammunition to the Colombian government in the conflict that we lived in the last 60 years. And we must not forget that there is a patriarchal relation between the conflict and the war in Colombia and these industries. Colombia got the patent rights of the Galilo gone, and there will be other industries, the high tech for defense, 2012, and the cooperation between science and technology. And these events are important to understand that the military industries that resulted into establishing a center to develop for development, multi-purpose one that creates control mechanisms, manufactures them through militarization. And these industries that were made in the 60s and 70s are the most difficult in Colombian history, because Colombia at that time will be feeding on Israeli military industry. Especially the SIAC company, especially Air Force or aerial ones, or helicopters like Black Hawk and others, which was created at that time. This governance or turned to the left, but the industry was not different, much different when we had government by the liberals, or especially at the international level. And here we need to focus on how the industry, military industry that allows to provide arms for local conflict in Colombia, then this will have international objectives. It is not different from the military exceptions in Colombia, because these started in the year 2009. And there is a need for these industries in order to promote their products abroad and to export it to Vietnam and Peru, and selling arms to the UAE that will use it later on in the war against Yemen. And here the military industries start providing supplies to the international market. And then Colombia becomes the meeting point of military industries around the world. And in December every year, these are visited by different international institutions to promote these goods. Our response as a league in challenging these industries when we understood why these exceptions are there, we said they shouldn't exist in our country. In 2010, we started working. We started having different activities. And we started thinking of them by exposing these festivals in the year 2017. strongly we stop the presence of Israel in these exemptions, because we ask how can be there exemptions at the same time close Christmas, where Santa Claus gives gifts to people. Here we start by with the international organizations that feed the genocide in Palestine 2024, unfortunately. Usually this exception is in December. This December coincided with the latest episode of the genocide in Palestine. But our struggle that started with our participation in civil defense 2010, this is a struggle that is close, very close to Palestinian struggle. And 2023, we were able to neutralize the Israeli participation that decided not to participate because of the objection, at least. The arms market in the world is very complex, and there is some specialized journalism, and we found some books by some companies that say that there will be demonstrations that will object to our presence, and so we decided not to participate. So in Colombia, that is publicly, at some time, the head of the state says, okay, there is another solidarity with Palestine, and we are a progressive government. But at the same time, this government, for 2 years, organizes the same festival. And this year again, where they exhibited and promoted the different types of arms. I conclude with this. I believe the globalized military interaction, Colombia plays an important role in this, and only through this struggle against militarization at the local level, also with other countries, to end the military industry. This struggle is the only way to end this industry that brings nothing but death and suffering. Thank you. Thank you for Oscar and for the anti-militarization league. And now we open the floor for public discussion. Jessica and others, if you can open your camera. I don't see any questions, but I have questions. We await Jessica to join us. I have a question for you. Possibility of our work in Latin America, particularly in Colombia. With our colleagues in Palestine, Lebanon, and Egypt, and other places. This was discussed in this conference. I believe there are different experiences of the resistance, some technical, some pedagogical. Technically, we review the collective memory and resisting the military industry, as Oscar mentioned, on behalf of the League. Especially these industries are in Colombia. So from a pedagogical point of view, how can we synchronize these efforts or exert these efforts with our colleagues? This is the objective of us being here in this conference, that is to create these synergies and synchrony. Questions to Oscar and Jessica. From my point of view, we didn't know in Colombia that we didn't know that there are drones and we didn't know that this affects even the movement of the citizens. The drones were a main tool of control. Also, we asked where these drones existed in Colombia, and they were used in the 2016 and 17 demonstrations. And how this military industry intervened in restricting us, which leads to us discovering things that are really illogical, because the practices of the Israeli occupation in Palestine are used by the Colombian government here at this time. And also objecting to the systems of control. Because these industries are, they have synergies among them. So to stop their financial support through our activism. Because our activism is not only symbolic, but it's a practical thing that we need to learn from each other. And we need to intensify these cooperation. Today morning, we noticed that the general prosecutor in Colombia has intervened in protecting the people. When we discovered that the government is using Pegasus to control and for surveillance of the Colombian citizens. So isn't the military cooperation between Israel and Colombia clear here? But this is the process of staying together. Thank you for the answer. As for the idea of synergy in the militarization, There are different resistance ways that interconnect sometimes. And so from academic point of view, how we can be able to connect these different resistant processes together. I believe we have the same objective. We resist in order to stay alive. We believe there is some hope, and we need to support these synergies. Thank you, Jessica. We need to think, consider how these technical practices because what is there and post these experiences, we need to think of places of finding different experiences that are basic to the establishing the synergies. The artistic practices for collective memory, as I presented, need to be connected. Because to start with, in Latin America, there are opportunities to connect. For instance, where these processes by exposing the expression of the experience of the victims and collective memory. That is addresses the problems, the capitalist violence that we live. This is the end of my thought. Thank you all. Before I read the question, I suggest to my colleagues to develop these ideas through establishing synergies and relations through your positions and work, especially as related to the Palestinian resistance, but also in Western Sahara, because these issues are basic for solidarity. And this conference, to see it as a first step, not a final one. So we move to the question by Joshua France. Are there practical steps taken by Pedro's government to weaken the military industry at the local level, or to combat imperialism internationally, or it's just simply lip service? As for Oscar, he believes there is some slow change, and for the local community, there are issues deeply entrenched, but these military industries the military strength of the army remains the same, untouched, unaffected. And we need to remind that after a long time, the bringing a military person to be a minister of defense, here we ask the model of military industries. The military industries started this year establishing Colombian personal arms, developed compared to the last 10 years, and also a drone enabled aerial defense system. In the last 4 years, I believe, these are not lip service, these statements, I believe, but there are differences and gaps between the speeches and the influence of the military industry. We can say this government has not directly conflicted with the military industry, that's why we see what to do. We need to see how we can continue with our activism and the effect of the government around this issue, but we need to continue anyway. Thank you, Oscar. It is happiness for us, source of joy, that we are able to address this type of violence and think and brainstorm ideas of ending this situation. Especially, we see different initiatives in this area. And for me, it's a way to combat barbarism. Thank you. Then thank you all. Thanks for everyone. We conclude this 3-day conference by thanking all those who contributed to this conference, to the success of holding this conference logistically, and all the work that was done, which was placed in this event in cooperation with our partners, the National University in Colombia, the Security in Context Network, and the Arab Council for Social Sciences. And certainly, special thanks to Lisa Hajjar from Sulek, who contributed to editing the papers. Special thanks to Mr. Salami Hermes, our colleague, for his assistance in organizing the conference. And A special thanks for the team of Ibrahim Abu Lughad Institute, May Batat, Anis Safuri, Salma Hamsid, Dani Zorba, and the volunteer Rahaf Salahat for all their efforts in this conference. And I thank you for being with us. And maybe Alejandro, as you said, this is a start for upcoming future events. And special thanks, very, very special thanks for the interpreters for all the work they did during all these long hours. Thank you, Maher. Thank you, Fahad. Thank you. It was an honor.
Record.